worse and worse, so much so that their arrival was a source of weakness rather than of strength. The young recruits in particular were mostly useless. Sometimes it was hard to believe that they were sons of the same nation that sent its youth into the battles for Ypres. In August and September, the symptoms of moral disintegration increased rapidly, although the enemy's offensive was not at all comparable to the terror of our former defensive battles. In contrast, the battles of the Somme and Flanders were much more terrible. At the end of September, my division occupied, for the third time, those positions that we had once taken by storm as young volunteers. What a memory. Here we had received our baptism by fire in October and November 1914. With a burning love of the homeland in our hearts and a song on our lips, our young regiment went into action as if going to a dance. The dearest blood was given freely here in the belief that it was shed to protect the freedom and independence of the fatherland. In July 1917, we set foot for the second time on what we regarded as sacred soil. Our best comrades lay here, some of them little more than boys, the soldiers who had rushed into death with gleaming eyes for the one true fatherland. The older ones among us, who had been with the regiment from the beginning, were deeply moved as we stood on this sacred spot where we had sworn loyalty and duty unto death. 3 years ago, the regiment had taken this position by storm. Now it was called upon to defend it in a grueling struggle. With an artillery bombardment. 3 years ago, the regiment had taken this position by storm. Now it was called upon to defend it in a grueling struggle. With an artillery bombardment that lasted 3 weeks, the English prepared for their great offensive in Flanders. The regiment dug itself into the mud, clung to its shell holes and craters, neither flinching nor wavering. Our numbers grew steadily smaller, until finally the British launched their attack on the 31st of July 1917. We were relieved in the beginning of August. The regiment had dwindled down to a few companies who staggered back, mud-crusted, more like ghosts than human beings. Besides a few hundred meters of shell holes, death was the only reward that the English gained. Now, in the autumn of 1918, we stood for the third time on the ground we had stormed in 1914. The village of Camines, which formerly had served us as a base, was now within the fighting zone. Although little had changed in the surrounding battlefield, the men became different. They now talked politics. Like everywhere else, the poison from home was having its effect here also. The young recruits succumbed to it completely. They came directly from home. During the night of October 13th, 14, the British opened an attack with gas on the front, south of Ypres. They used mustard gas, whose effect was unknown to us, at least from personal experience. I would experience it that very night. On a hill south of Wervik, in the evening of October 13th, we were subjected for several hours to a heavy bombardment with gas bombs, which continued throughout the night with more or less intensity. About midnight, a number of us were put out of action, some forever. Towards morning, I also began to feel pain. It increased with every quarter of an hour, and at about 7 o'clock my eyes were scorching as I staggered back and delivered the last dispatch that I would carry in this war. A few hours later, my eyes were like glowing coals, and all was darkness around me. I was sent to a hospital at Passwalk in Pomerania, and it was there that I had to experience the revolution. For a long time there was something in the air that was indefinable and repulsive. People were saying that something was bound to happen within the next few weeks, although I couldn't imagine what this meant. First I thought of a strike, similar to the one that took place in spring. Unfavorable rumors were constantly coming from the Navy, which was said to be in a state of ferment, but this seemed to be the fanciful creation of a few isolated malcontents. At the hospital they were all talking about the end of the war and hoping that this was not far off, but no one counted on anything immediately. I wasn't able to read the newspapers. In November, the general tension increased. Now, in the autumn of 1918, we stood for the third time on the ground we had stormed in 1914. The village of Camines, which formerly had served us as a base, was now within the fighting zone. Although little had changed in the surrounding battlefield, the men became different. They now talked politics. Like everywhere else, the poison from home was having its effect here also. The young recruits succumbed to it completely. They came directly from home. During the night of October 13th, 14, the British opened an attack with gas on the front, south of Ypres. They used mustard gas, whose effect was unknown to us, at least from personal experience. I would experience it that very night. On a hill south of Wervik, in the evening of October 13th, we were subjected for several hours to a heavy bombardment with gas bombs, which continued throughout the night with more or less intensity. About midnight, a number of us were put out of action, some forever. Towards morning, I also began to feel pain. It increased with every quarter of an hour, and at about 7 o'clock my eyes were scorching as I staggered back and delivered the last dispatch that I would carry in this war. A few hours later, my eyes were like glowing coals, and all was darkness around me. I was sent to a hospital at Passwalk in Pomerania, and it was there that I had to experience the revolution. For a long time there was something in the air that was indefinable and repulsive. People were saying that something was bound to happen within the next few weeks, although I couldn't imagine what this meant. First I thought of a strike, similar to the one that took place in spring. Unfavorable rumors were constantly coming from the Navy, which was said to be in a state of ferment, but this seemed to be the fanciful creation of a few isolated malcontents. At the hospital they were all talking about the end of the war and hoping that this was not far off. But no one counted on anything immediately. I wasn't able to read the newspapers. In November, the general tension increased. Then one day, disaster broke upon us suddenly, and without warning. Sailors came in trucks and proclaimed the revolution. A few Jewish youth were the leaders in that combat for the liberty, beauty, and dignity of our national being. Not one of them saw active service at the front. By way of a so-called hospital for venereal disease, these 3 Orientals had been sent back home. Now their red rags were being raised here. After a few days, I began to feel somewhat better. The burning pain in my eye sockets diminished. Gradually, I was able to distinguish the rough outlines of my immediate surroundings, and I allowed myself to hope that I would at least recover my sight sufficiently to be able to take up some profession later on. But it was out of the question that I might ever draw again. In any case, I was on the way to recovery when the monstrous hour arrived. My first thought was that this outbreak of high treason was only a local affair. I tried to encourage this belief among my comrades. My Bavarian hospital friends were particularly responsive to this. Their mood was anything but revolutionary. I couldn't imagine this madness breaking out in Munich. Loyalty to the House of Wittelsbach was, after all, stronger than the will of a few Jews. And so I couldn't help but believe that this was merely a local revolt by the Navy, and that it would be suppressed within the next few days. With the next few days came the most terrible information of my life. The rumors grew more and more persistent. What I had taken as a local affair was in reality a general revolution. In addition to this, shameful news came from the front. They wanted to capitulate. Was such a thing possible? On November 10th, the local pastor gave a short address at the hospital. Now we learned the whole story. I was in a state of extreme agitation as I listened to the address. The reverend old gentleman seemed to be trembling as he informed us that the House of Hohenzollern would no longer wear the imperial crown. The fatherland had become a republic, and we should pray to the Almighty to grant us his blessing in the new order of things, and to not abandon our people in the days to come. In delivering his speech, he couldn't do more than briefly express appreciation to the royal house, its services to Pomerania, to Prussia, indeed to the whole of the German fatherland, and here he began to weep. A feeling of profound dismay fell upon the people in that little hall, and I don't think there was a single dry eye in the crowd. As for myself, I broke down completely when the old gentleman tried to resume his story by informing us that we must now end this long war. The war was lost, he said, and we were at the mercy of the victor. The fatherland would have to bear heavy burdens in the future. We were to accept the terms of the armistice and trust in the magnanimity of our former enemies. It was impossible for me to stay and listen any longer. Darkness surrounded me as I staggered and stumbled back to my ward and buried my aching head into the blankets and pillow. I hadn't cried since the day I stood beside my mother's grave. Whenever fate dealt cruelly with me in my youth, my spirit of determination grew stronger. During all those long years of war, when death claimed many friends and comrades, it would have been almost sinful to have uttered a word of complaint. They died for Germany. And finally, in the last few days of that titanic struggle, when the waves of poison gas enveloped me and began to penetrate my eyes, and the thought of becoming permanently blind unnerved me, my voice of conscience cried out, "Miserable fellow, will you start howling when there are thousands of others whose lot is 100 times worse than yours?" And so I accepted my misfortune in silence, realizing that nothing else could be done, and that my personal suffering was nothing compared with the misfortune of the fatherland. So all had been in vain all the sacrifices and privations, in vain the hunger and thirst for endless months, in vain those hours that we stuck to our posts even though mortal fear gripped our souls, and in vain the deaths of 2 million. Of those hundreds of thousands who set out with hearts full of faith in their fatherland and never retuned, shouldn't their graves now open so that the spirits of those heroes splattered with mud and blood may come home and take vengeance on those who had so despicably betrayed the greatest sacrifice that a human being can make for his country? Was it for this that the soldiers died in August and September 1914? For this that the volunteer regiments followed the old comrades in the autumn of the same year? For this that those boys of 17 sank into the earth of Flanders? Was this the meaning of the sacrifice that German mothers made for their fatherland, when, with heavy hearts, they said goodbye to their sons who never returned? Has all this been done so that a gang of despicable criminals could lay their hands on the fatherland? Was this why the German soldier struggled through sweltering heat and blinding snowstorm, enduring hunger and thirst and cold, fatigued from sleepless nights and endless marches? Was it for this that he lived through an inferno of artillery bombardments, gasping and choking during gas attacks, neither flinching nor faltering, but always thinking of his duty to defend the fatherland against the enemy? Certainly these heroes deserved a headstone. Wanderer, when you come to Germany, tell those at home that we lie here, true to the fatherland and faithful to our duty. And at home? But was this the only sacrifice that we had to consider? Was the Germany of the past less valuable? Did she not owe a certain duty to her own history? Were we still worthy to partake in the glory of the past? How could we justify this act to future generations, despicable and degenerate criminals? The more I tried to gain some clarity on this monstrous event, the more my head burned with rage and shame. What was the pain in my eyes compared with this tragedy? The following days were terrible to bear, and the nights worse still. I knew that all was lost. Only fools, liars, or criminals could depend on the mercy of the enemy. During those nights, my hatred grew, hatred for the originators of this crime. In the days that followed, my own fate became clear to me. I had to laugh at the thought of my personal future, which only recently was the cause of so much concern. Was it not ridiculous to build something on such a foundation? Finally, it became clear that the inevitable had happened, something that I had long feared, though I didn't have the heart to believe it. Kaiser Wilhelm II was the first German emperor to offer the hand of friendship to the Marxist leaders, not suspecting that they were scoundrels without honor. While they held the imperial hand in theirs, the other hand was already reaching for the dagger. There is no coming to agreement with the Jews, but rather only the hard either-or. It was then that I decided to take up politics. Chapter 8. The beginning of my political activity. At the end of November 1918, I returned to Munich. I went to the replacement battalion of my regiment, which was now in the hands of the Soldiers' Council. Their whole administration was quite repulsive to me, and so I decided to leave it as soon as possible. With my faithful war comrade Ernst Schmate, I went to Traunstein and remained there until the camp was broken up. In March 1919, we were back again in Munich. The situation there was unsustainable. A further extension of the revolution was inevitable. Eisner's death served only to hasten this development, and it finally led to a dictatorship of the councils, or to put it more correctly, to a Jewish hegemony. This turned out to be transitory, but it was the original aim of those who had instigated the revolution. At that time, countless plans took shape in my mind. I spent days pondering about what could be done. Unfortunately, every project gave way before the hard fact that I was quite unknown, and therefore didn't have even the minimum requirements for effective action. Later on, I will explain the reasons why I didn't join any of the existing parties. As the new revolution of the councils ran its course in Munich, my activities began to draw the ire of the Central Council. In the early morning of the 27th of April 1919, I was supposed to have been arrested. But the three fellows who came for me didn't have the courage to face my rifle, and withdrew just as they had arrived. A few days after the liberation of Munich, I was ordered to appear before the Inquiry Commission that was set up in the 2nd Infantry Regiment for the purpose of watching revolutionary activities. That was my first more or less purely political activity. A few weeks later, I received orders to attend a course that was being given to members of the army. This course was meant to teach certain fundamental civic principles. For me, the advantage of this organization was that it gave me a chance to meet fellow soldiers who were of the same mind and with whom I could discuss the actual situation. We were all more or less firmly convinced that Germany could not be saved from imminent disaster by those who had participated in the November treachery, which is to say, the Centre and the Social Democrats. Also, the so-called bourgeois national group couldn't repair the damage that had been done, even if they had the best intentions. They lacked a number of prerequisites, without which such a task could never be successful. The years that followed justified the opinions that we held at that time. In our small circle, we discussed the project of forming a new party. The leading ideas that we then proposed were the same as those that were carried into effect later on, when the German Labour Party was founded. The name of the new movement that was to be founded should be such that, of itself, it would appeal to the masses. All our efforts would be vain and useless if this condition were lacking, and that was one reason why we chose the name Social Revolutionary Party. The social principles of our new organization were indeed revolutionary, but a more fundamental reason was the following. The attention that I gave to economic problems during my earlier years was more or less confined to considerations arising directly from social problems. Later, this outlook broadened as I came to study the German alliance policy. This policy was largely the result of an erroneous valuation of the economic situation, together with a confused notion of the basis by which the future subsistence of the German people could be guaranteed. All these ideas were based on the principle that capital is exclusively the product of labour, and that therefore, just like labour, it was subject to all the factors that can restrict or promote human activity. Hence, from a national standpoint, the significance of capital depended on the greatness, freedom and power of the state, and hence of the nation. Furthermore, it's this dependence alone that leads capital to promote the interests of the state and the nation from an instinct of self-preservation and for the sake of its own development. This dependence of capital on the independent state would therefore compel capital to promote the freedom, power, strength, etc. of the nation. On such principles, the attitude of the state towards capital would be relatively simple and clear. Its only object would be to make sure that capital remained subservient to the state and didn't allocate to itself the right to dominate national interests. Thus, its activities would be bound by the following two limits. On the one side, to assure a vital and independent national economy, and on the other, to safeguard the social rights of the workers. Previously, I didn't clearly recognize the difference between capital that is purely the product of creative labor and capital that is exclusively the result of financial speculation. Here, I needed an inspiration to set my mind thinking in this direction, but that impulse had not appeared. The necessary inspiration now came from one of the men who lectured in the course I mentioned earlier. This was Gottfried Feder. For the first time in my life, I heard a discussion of the principles of international stock exchange capital and loan capital. After hearing Feder's first lecture, the idea immediately came into my head that I had now found one of the most essential prerequisites for the founding of a new party. To my mind, Feder's merit lay in the ruthlessly brutal way in which he described the double character of capital engaged in stock exchange and loan transaction, exposing the fact that this capital is always dependent on the payment of interest.
What in the world am I listening
In
to?
fundamental questions, his statements were so full of common sense that his critics didn't deny their theoretical soundness, but only whether it would be possible to put these ideas into practice. To me, this seemed the strongest point in Feder's teaching, though others considered it a weakness. It isn't the task of the theoretician to explain the various ways in which something can be put into practice. His task is to deal with the problem as such. He has to look to the end rather than the means. The important question is whether an idea is fundamentally correct, not whether it can be carried out. When a man whose task is to lay down the principles of a program or policy begins to busy himself with so-called usefulness or reality instead of the absolute truth, his work will cease to be a guiding star to those who are looking for enlightenment. It will become a mere recipe for everyday life. The theoretician must consider only the goal. The politician must then strive for its fulfillment. The thought of the former will therefore be determined by eternal truths, whereas the activity of the latter must always be guided by the practical reality of the moment. The greatness of the one will depend on the absolute truth of his idea, whereas that of the other will depend on whether or not he correctly judges the given realities and their advantageous application. In this sense, the theoretical goal is his guiding star. The test of a politician's greatness is the success of his plans and enterprises. In other words, his ability to reach his goal. Conversely, the theoretician's final goal can never be reached. Human thought may grasp truths and envision ends that it sees with crystal clarity, even though such ends can never be completely fulfilled because human nature is weak and imperfect. The more correct an idea is in the abstract, and therefore the more powerful, the smaller the chance of putting it into practice, at least as far as this depends on human beings. The significance of a theoretician doesn't depend on the practical success of his plans, but rather on their absolute truth and the influence they exert on the progress of humanity. If it were otherwise, the founders of religions could never be considered the greatest men who have ever lived, because their moral aims would never be completely or even partially carried out in practice. Even the religion of love is really no more than a faint reflection of the will of its sublime founder, but its significance lies in the orientation that it attempted to give to human civilization, ethics and morality. This vast difference between the functions of a theoretician and a politician is the reason why the necessary qualifications for both functions are rarely ever found in the same person. This applies especially to the so-called successful politician of the smaller kind, whose activity is indeed hardly more than practicing the art of the possible, as Bismarck modestly defined politics in general. If such a politician resolutely avoids great ideas, his success will be all the easier to attain, and it will be quicker and more tangible. By reason of this very fact, however, such success is doomed to futility, and sometimes doesn't even survive the death of its author. Generally speaking, the work of politicians is insignificant for following generation, because their temporary success is based on the expediency of avoiding all truly great and profound problems and ideas, the very things that would have been valuable to future generations. To pursue ideals that will still be of value and significance for the future is generally not a very profitable undertaking. He who follows such a course is only very rarely understood by the masses, who find beer and milk a more persuasive index of political values than far-sighted plans for the future, which are realized only much later, and whose benefits are reaped only by posterity. Because of a certain vanity, which is always a cousin of stupidity, the general run of politicians will always avoid those schemes for the future that are very difficult to put into practice, and they will practice this avoidance so as to not lose the immediate favor of the mob. The success and importance of such politicians belong exclusively to the present. They will be of no consequence for the future. But that doesn't worry small-minded people, who are quite content with momentary results. The position of the theoretician is quite different. The importance of his work must always be judged from the standpoint of the future. He is frequently described by the word weltfremd, or unworldly. While the art of the politician is the art of the possible, the theoretician belongs to those who are said to please the gods only because they demand the impossible. Such men will always have to renounce present-day fame, but if their ideas are immortal, posterity will grant them its reward. Over long spans of human progress, it may occasionally happen that the politician and theoretician are one. The more intimate this union, the greater the obstacles that the activity of the politician will have to face. Such a man doesn't labour for the purpose of satisfying demands that are obvious to every shopkeeper, but he reaches out towards ends that can be understood only by the few. His life is thus torn apart by hatred and love. The protest of his contemporaries who don't understand him is in conflict with the recognition of posterity, for whom he also works. The greater the work that a man does for the future, the less he will be appreciated by his contemporaries. His struggle will be all harder and his success rarer. If in the course of centuries such a man appears who is blessed with success, then, towards the end of his days, he may have a faint vision of his future fame. But such great men are only the marathon runners of history. The laurels of contemporary fame are only for the brow of the dying hero. The great warriors are those who fight for their ideas and ideals, despite the fact that they receive no recognition from their contemporaries. They are the men whose memories will be enshrined in the hearts of future generations. It almost seems as if each person felt a duty to atone for the wrongs committed against such great men. Their lives and their work are then studied with admiring gratitude and emotion. Especially in dark days of distress, such men have the power to heal broken hearts and elevate despairing souls. To this group belong not only the genuinely great statesmen, but all the great reformers as well. Beside Frederick the Great, we have such men as Martin Luther and Richard Wagner. When I heard Gottfried Feder's first lecture on breaking interest slavery, I understood immediately that here was a truth of transcendental importance for the future of the German people. The absolute separation of stock exchange capital from the national economy would make it possible to oppose the internationalization of the German economy without at the same time attacking capital per se. Doing so would jeopardize the foundations of our national independence. I clearly saw what was developing in Germany, and I realized then that the hardest battle we would have to fight would not be against the enemy nations, but against international capital. In Feder's speech, I found an effective rallying cry for our coming struggle. Here again, later events proved how correct our impression was. The fools among our bourgeois politicians don't laugh at us now. Even they now see, insofar as they are not deliberate liars, that international stock exchange capital was not only the chief instigator for the war, but that now when the fighting has ended, it turns the peace into a hell. The struggle against international finance capital and loan capital has become one of the most important points in the program of the German nation's fight for economic independence and freedom. Regarding the objections raised by so-called practical people, the following answer must suffice. All fears concerning the terrible economic consequences that would follow the abolition of interest capital slavery are superfluous. In the first place, the economic principles followed thus far have proven nearly fatal to the interests of the German people. This situation recalls similar advice once given by experts in earlier times, such as the Bavarian Medical College, on the question of introducing railroads. None of the fears expressed by that august body of experts were realized. Those who travelled in the coaches of the new steam horse didn't get dizzy, those who looked on didn't become ill, and the board fences that were erected to conceal the new invention were eventually taken down. Only those board fences that obscured the vision of the so-called experts were preserved for posterity. In the second place, the following must be noted. Any idea may be a source of danger if it is seen as an end in itself, when really it's only the means to an end. For me and all true National Socialists, there is only one doctrine: people and fatherland. We have to fight to safeguard the existence and reproduction of our race and people, the sustenance of our children, the purity of our blood, and the freedom and independence of the fatherland. Only then may our people fulfill the mission assigned to them by the Creator of the universe. All ideas and ideals, all teaching and all knowledge must serve these ends. Everything must be examined from this viewpoint and turned to practical uses, or else discarded. Thus, a theory can never become a mere dead doctrine, since everything must serve life. Thus it was that Gottfried Feder's conclusions caused me to make a fundamental study of a question with which I had previously not been very familiar. I began to study again, and thus it was that I came to truly understand the substance and purpose of the life work of the Jew Karl Marx. His capital became intelligible to me now for the first time. I now exactly understood the Social Democrats' fight against national economics, a fight that was to prepare the ground for the hegemony of a true international and stock exchange capital. In another direction, too, this course of lectures had important consequences for me. One day, I asked to speak. Another participant felt obligated to break a lance for the Jews and entered into a lengthy defense of them. This aroused my opposition. An overwhelming majority supported my views. The consequence of it all was that, a few days later, I was assigned to a regiment then stationed at Munich and given a position there as a so-called educational officer. At that time, the discipline of the troops was rather weak. It was still suffering from the after effects of the period when the soldiers' councils were in control. Only gradually and carefully was it possible to replace voluntary obedience, a cute name given by Kurt Eisner's pigsty of a regime, with a spirit of military discipline and subordination. The soldiers had to be taught to think and feel in a national and patriotic way. In these two directions lay my future line of action. I began my work with the greatest enthusiasm and love. Here I was presented with an opportunity to speak before quite a large audience. I was now able to confirm what I had previously merely felt. I could speak. My voice had become so much better that I could be clearly understood in all parts of the small squadron hall. No task could have been more pleasing to me than this. Now, before being discharged, I was in a position to render useful service to an institution that was infinitely dear to my heart, the Army. I can now say that my talks were successful. During the course of my lectures, I led hundreds and even thousands of my fellow countrymen back to their people and fatherland. I nationalized these troops, and in doing so I helped to restore general discipline. Here again I made the acquaintance of several like-minded comrades, who later came to form the core of the new movement. Chapter 9, the German Workers' Party. One day I received an order from my superiors to investigate the nature of an apparently political association. It called itself the German Workers' Party, and was soon to hold a meeting at which Gottfried Feder would speak. I was ordered to attend this meeting and report on the situation. The curiosity of the army authorities toward political parties can be very well understood. The revolution gave the soldiers the right to take an active part in politics, and it was particularly those with the least experience who made the most of this right. But when the Centre and the Social Democratic parties were forced to recognize that the soldiers' sympathies had turned away from the revolutionary parties and towards the national movement and reawakening, they felt obligated to withdraw the right to vote from the army and to forbid it all political activity. The fact that the Centre and Marxism adopted this policy was instructive, because if they hadn't thus curtailed civil rights, as they called the political rights of the soldiers after the revolution, the November state would have been overthrown within a few years, and thus the dishonour and disgrace of the nation wouldn't have been prolonged. At that time, the soldiers were on the verge of ridding the nation of the bloodsuckers and henchmen who served the cause of the Entente within our country. But the fact that the so-called national parties voted enthusiastically for the doctrinaire policy of the November criminals also helped to render the army ineffective as an instrument of national restoration. It thus showed once again where men might be led by the purely doctrinaire ideas accepted by these most gullible people. The bourgeois middle classes became so senile that they sincerely believed the army could once again become what it had previously been, namely, a stronghold of German power. The Centre and Marxism intended only to extract the poisonous fang of nationalism, without which an army must always remain just a police force, and can never be a military organisation capable of fighting against the enemy. This truth was amply proved by subsequent events. Or did our national politicians believe that the development of our army could be other than national? This might have been possible and could be explained by the fact that during the war, they weren't soldiers but talkers. In other words, parliamentarians. As such, they didn't have the slightest idea of what was in the hearts of those men who remembered the greatness of their own past and that they were once the best soldiers in the world. I decided to attend the meeting of this party, which had previously been entirely unknown to me. When I arrived that evening in the guest room of the former Sternecker brewery in Munich, I found approximately 20 to 25 people present, most of them belonging to the lower classes. The theme of Feder's lecture was already familiar to me, so I could therefore focus my attention on the organization itself. The impression was neither good nor bad, a new organization, just like any other. In those days, everyone felt called upon to form a new party whenever he was unhappy with the course of events and lost confidence in the existing parties. Thus it was that new associations sprang up all around, only to disappear just as quickly. Generally speaking, the founders of such associations didn't have the slightest idea of what it means to bring together a number of people for the formation of a party or a movement. Therefore, these associations disappeared because of their utter lack of anything like an adequate grasp of the necessities of the situation. My opinion of the German Workers' Party was no different. I was glad when Feder finally came to a close. I had observed enough and was just about to leave when an open discussion period was announced. I decided to stay. At first, this was just more of the same when suddenly a professor began to speak. He opened by throwing doubt on the accuracy of what Feder had said, and then, after Feder's able reply, the professor suddenly began arguing on what he called the basis of facts. He recommended that the Young Party take up secession from Prussia. In a most self-assured way, this man kept insisting that German Austria should join Bavaria, and that the peace would then function much better, and other nonsense. At this point, I felt bound to ask for permission to speak and to tell the learned gentleman what I thought. As a result, and even before I finished, he slipped out of the hall like a wet poodle. While I spoke, the audience listened with an astonished expression on their faces. When I was just about to say goodnight to the assembly and leave, a man came after me quickly and introduced himself. I didn't quite catch his name. He placed a little booklet in my hand, which was obviously a political pamphlet, and asked me very urgently to read it. I was quite pleased. In this way, I could come to know about this association without having to attend its tiresome meetings. Moreover, this apparent workman made a good impression on me. I then left the hall. At that time, I was living in one of the barracks of the 2nd Infantry Regiment. I had a little room that still bore the unmistakable traces of the revolution. During the day, I was mostly out, with the 41st Rifle Regiment, or otherwise attending meetings or lectures held elsewhere. I spent only the night in my room. Since I usually woke up about 5 a.m. every morning, I got into the habit of amusing myself by watching little mice playing around in my small room. I placed a few pieces of hard bread or crust on the floor and watched the funny little creatures playing around and enjoying themselves with these delicacies. I had suffered so much poverty in my own life that I well knew what hunger was, and I could thus imagine the pleasure of these little creatures. The next morning, around 5 a.m., I was fully awake in bed, watching the mice playing and vying with each other. Since I couldn't sleep, I suddenly remembered the booklet that the worker had given me. I began to read. It was a small pamphlet of which this worker was the author. He described how his mind had thrown off the shackles of Marxist and trade union phraseology, and that he came back to nationalist ideals. That was the reason why he had entitled his little book, My Political Awakening. The pamphlet grabbed my attention the moment I began to read, and I read it with interest to the end. The process described was similar to that which I had experienced in my own case 12 years earlier. Unconsciously, my own development came again to mind. During that day, my thoughts returned several times to what I had read, but eventually I forgot about it. A week or so later, however, I received a postcard that informed me, to my astonishment, that I had been admitted to the DAP. I was asked to reply to this communication and to attend a meeting of the party committee the next Wednesday. This method of winning members amazed me, and I didn't know whether to be angry or laugh. I had no intention of joining any existing party, but wanted to found one of my own. It was presumptuous of them to ask, and for me, completely out of the question. I was about to send a written reply when curiosity got the better of me, and I decided to attend the gathering on the assigned date, so that I might explain my principles to these gentlemen in person. Wednesday came. The The tavern in which the meeting was to take place was the Alte Rosenbad in the Hermstrasse, a rundown place with very few guests. This wasn't very surprising in 1919, when the menus of even the larger restaurants were only very modest and scanty. But I had never before heard of this business. I went through the badly lighted guest room, where not a single guest was to be seen, and opened the door to the back room. There I found the session. In the dim light of the grimy gaslight, I could see 4 young people sitting around a table, one of them the author of the pamphlet. He greeted me cordially and welcomed me as a new member of the DAP. I was somewhat taken aback. I was then informed that the national chairman had not yet arrived. I decided that I would withhold my own ideas for the time being. Finally, the chairman appeared. He was the same chairman as in the Sternecker brewery who fed us. My curiosity was growing, and I sat waiting for what was to come. Now at least I learned the names of the gentlemen. The chairman of the national organization was a certain Herr Harrer, and the leader of the Munich district was Anton Drexler. The minutes of the previous meeting were read out, and a vote of confidence in the secretary was passed. Then came the treasurer's report. The association possessed a total of 7 marks and 50 pfennigs, whereupon the treasurer was assured that he had the confidence of the members. This was now inserted in the minutes. Then the chairman's replies to a number of letters were read. First, to a letter received from Kiel, then to one from Düsseldorf, and finally to one from Berlin. Everyone expressed approval. Then the incoming letters were read, one from Berlin, one from Düsseldorf, and one from Kiel, all resulting in great satisfaction. This was taken as the best and most obvious sign of the growing importance of the DAP. And then, there followed a long discussion of the replies to be given. Terrible, terrible. This was tedious bureaucracy of the worst sort. And was I to join such a club? Next came the question of new members, that is to say, the question of my capture. I now began to ask questions, but I found that apart from a few general principles, there was nothing. No program, no pamphlet, nothing at all in print, no membership cards, not even a party stamp. Only clear good faith and good intentions. I no longer felt like laughing, for what else was all this but a typical sign of the most complete helplessness and total despair of all political parties, their programs and their activities? The feeling that induced those few young men to join in what seemed such a ridiculous enterprise was nothing but the call of an inner voice. It told them, more intuitively than consciously, that the whole party system as it existed was incapable of raising up the German nation or repairing the inner wounds. I quickly read through the list of principles that formed the party platform. These were stated on typewritten sheets. Here again I found evidence of a spirit of longing and searching, but no sign whatsoever of a knowledge of the conflict that had to be fought. I myself had experienced the feelings that inspired those people. It was the longing for a movement that would be more than a party, in the usual sense of that word. When I returned to the barracks that evening, I had formed a definite opinion of that association. I was facing the hardest question of my life. Should I join this party, or should I decline? Rationally, every consideration urged me to decline, but my feelings troubled me. The more I tried to prove to myself how senseless this club was, on the whole, the more my feelings inclined me to favor it. In the days to follow, I was restless. I began to consider all the pros and cons. I had long ago decided to take an active part in politics. It was clear that I could do so only through a new movement, but I had previously lacked the impulse to take concrete action. I'm not one of those people who will begin something one day and give it up the next, just for the sake of something new. That was the main reason why it was so difficult for me to decide to join such an organization. This would have to be the fulfillment of my goals, or else I shouldn't do it at all. I knew that such a decision would bind me forever, and that there could be no turning back. This was no idle game, but rather a serious and ardent cause. Even then I had an instinctive revulsion against people who took up everything, but never carried anything through to the end. I loathed these jacks of all trades, and considered the activities of such people to be worse than doing nothing at all. Fate itself now seemed to point the way. I would never have entered one of the big existing parties. I'll explain my reasons for this later on. This absurd little group, with its handful of members, seemed to have the unique advantage of not yet being frozen into an organization. It still offered a chance for real personal activity on the part of the individual. Here it might still be possible to do some effective work, and as the movement was still small, one could all the easier give it the proper shape. Here it was still possible to determine the character of the movement, the aims to be achieved, and the road to be taken. All of this would have been impossible in the big parties. The longer I reflected on the situation, the more my opinion developed that just such a small movement could best serve to prepare the way for a national resurgence. This could never be done by the political parliamentary parties, which were too firmly attached to obsolete ideas or had an interest in supporting the new regime. What had to be proclaimed here was a new world view, and not a new election slogan. It was, however, infinitely more difficult to turn this intention into reality. What qualifications did I bring to this task? The fact that I was poor and without resources could, in my opinion, be the easiest to bear. But the fact that I was utterly unknown raised a more difficult problem. I was only one of the millions that chance allowed to exist, whom even their next-door neighbours will not consent to know. And another difficulty arose from my lack of schooling. The so-called intellectuals still look down with limitless disdain on anyone who hasn't been through the prescribed schools and had the necessary knowledge pumped into them. The question has never been what can a man do, but rather what has he learned. Educated people look upon any idiot who is plastered with diplomas as superior to the ablest young man who lacks these precious documents. I could therefore easily imagine how this educated world would receive me, and I was wrong only insofar as I then believed men to be better than they proved to be in the harsh light of reality. Because they are this way, the few exceptions stand out all the more brightly. I learned more and more to distinguish between the eternal students and those who are the true men of ability. After 2 days of careful brooding and reflection, I became convinced that I must take the step. It was the most fateful decision of my life. There was and could be no turning back. Thus, I registered as a member of the German Workers' Party and received a provisional membership card with the number 7. Chapter 10. Causes of the Collapse. The depth of a fall is always measured by the difference between the level of a body's original position and that in which it now exists. The same holds good for nations and states. The matter of greatest importance here is the height of the original level, or rather the greatest height that was attained before the descent began. Only that which is capable of extraordinary heights can experience a profound decline and collapse. The collapse of the Reich was so difficult and terrible because it had fallen from a height that can hardly be imagined in these days of misery and humiliation. The Reich was founded in circumstances of such dazzling splendor that the whole nation had become entranced. Following an unparalleled series of victories, an empire was born for the children and grandchildren of the heroes. Whether they were conscious of it or not doesn't matter. What matters is that the Germans all felt that this empire had not been brought into existence by a series of parliamentary maneuvers, but by reason of the noblest circumstances. Its foundations were laid not amidst parliamentary debates, but with the thunder and boom of war along the front that encircled Paris. It was thus that an act of statesmanship was accomplished, whereby the German princes and people established the future Reich and restored the symbol of the imperial crown. Bismarck's state was not founded on treason and assassination by deserters and slackers, but by the regiments that had fought at the front. This unique birth and baptism of fire surrounded the Reich with a halo of historical splendor, such as only the oldest states seldom could do. And what an ascent now began. Autonomy guaranteed the daily bread. The nation became rich in people and in worldly goods. The honor of the state, and thereby of the people as a whole, was secured and protected by an army that was the most striking witness of the difference between this new Reich and the old German Confederation. The downfall of the Reich and the German people has been so profound that they all seem to have been dumbstruck and rendered incapable of feeling its significance. People can scarcely remember the former heights, whose greatness and majesty are in such contrast to our present misery. It is therefore understandable that people are so dazed by the sublime that they forget to look for the signs of the great collapse, which must certainly have been present in some form or other. Naturally, this applies only to those for whom Germany was more than merely a source of income. These are the only people able to feel the present conditions as really catastrophic, whereas the others have considered these conditions as the fulfillment of something they had long sought and wished for. The signs of future collapse were certainly there in those earlier days, although very few made any attempt to draw a practical lesson from them. But today this is more necessary than ever. Just as bodily diseases can be cured only when their origin has been diagnosed, so too with political disease. It's obvious that the external symptoms of any disease can be more readily detected than its internal causes. These strike the eye more easily. This is also the reason why so many people recognize only external effects and mistake them for causes. Indeed, they will sometimes try to deny the existence of such causes. And that's why the majority of people among us recognize the German collapse only in terms of the prevailing economic distress and its consequences. Almost everyone has to carry his share of this burden, and that's why each one looks on the economic catastrophe as the cause of the present deplorable state of affairs. The broad masses of people see little of the cultural, political, and moral background of this collapse. Many of them completely lack both the necessary feeling and intellect to understand it. That the masses should hold such a view is quite understandable, but the fact that intelligentsia regard the German collapse primarily as an economic catastrophe, and consequently that a cure requires an economic solution, seems to me the reason why any recovery has been thus far impossible. No improvement can be brought about until it is understood that economics play only a second or third-rate role, while the primary factors are politics, morality, and blood. Only when this is understood will it be possible to understand the causes of the present evil, and thus to find the ways and means of curing them. Therefore, the question of why Germany really collapsed is one of decisive importance, especially for a political movement that aims at overcoming this defeat. In scrutinizing the past, we must be careful not to be overly impressed by external results that readily strike the eye, while ignoring the less visible causes of these results. The most facile and therefore the most widely accepted way of accounting for the present misfortune is to say that it's the result of a lost war, and that the World War was therefore the real cause. Probably there are many who honestly believe this nonsense, but there are many more in whose mouths this is a lie and a conscious falsehood. This applies to all those who are now feeding at the government troughs. For didn't the prophets of the revolution repeatedly declare to the people that the outcome of the war would be immaterial to the great masses? On the contrary, didn't they solemnly assure the public that it was big capital that was principally interested in a victorious outcome of this gigantic struggle, but never the German people or the German workers? Indeed, didn't these apostles of world conciliation habitually assert that far from any German downfall, the opposite was bound to take place? Namely, that the German nation would be resurrected once a militarism had been destroyed. Didn't these circles sing the praises of the Entente? And did they not also lay the whole blame for the bloody struggle on Germany? Without this explanation, would they have been able to put forth the theory that a military defeat would have no political consequences for the German people? Wasn't the whole revolution dressed up in gala colours as preventing a victory of the German flag, and thus that the German people would be assured of freedom, both at home and abroad? Isn't that so, you miserable, lying scoundrels? It takes a typically Jewish impudence to proclaim the defeat of the army as the cause of the collapse. Indeed, the Berlin Vorwärts, that organ and mouthpiece of sedition, wrote that the German nation should not be permitted to bring home its banner triumphantly. And yet they attribute our collapse to this. Of course, it would be pointless to argue with these forgetful liars. I would waste no further words on them, were it not for the fact that there are many thoughtless people who parrot this nonsense, without being necessarily inspired by any evil motives. But this discussion is also meant for our fighting followers, given that nowadays one's spoken words are often twisted in their meaning. The assertion that the loss of the war was the cause of the German collapse can best be answered as follows. It is admittedly a fact that the loss of the war was of tragic importance for the future of our fatherland. But that loss was not in itself a cause. It was rather the consequence of other causes. It was clear to every straight thinker that a disastrous ending to this life-or-death conflict would involve catastrophic consequences. But unfortunately, there were also people whose reasoning seemed to fail them at that critical moment. And there were others who had first questioned that truth and then denied it altogether. And there were people who, after their secret desire was fulfilled, were suddenly faced with the catastrophe that they themselves helped to bring about. They are guilty of the collapse, and not the lost war, though they now want to attribute everything to this. As a matter of fact, the loss of the war was a result of their activities, and not of bad leadership, as they now would like to maintain. Our enemies were not cowards. They also knew how to die. From the very first day of the war, they outnumbered the German army, and the arsenals and armament factories of the whole world were at their disposal for the replenishment of military equipment. Indeed, it is universally admitted that the German victories that were steadily won during 4 years of warfare against the whole world were due to superior leadership, apart of course from the heroism of the troops. This cannot be denied. The organization and leadership of the German army was the mightiest thing that the world had ever seen. Any evident shortcomings were humanly unavoidable. The collapse of that army was not the cause of our present distress. It was itself the consequence of other crimes. But this consequence in turn ushered in a further collapse which was more visible. That this was true can be shown as follows. Must a military defeat necessarily lead to such a complete overthrow of the state and the nation? Since when has this been the result of an unlucky war? As a matter of fact, are nations ever ruined by a lost war, and by that alone? The answer to this question can be briefly stated. Military defeats are the result of internal decay, cowardice, lack of character, and in short, unworthiness. If these were not the causes, then a military defeat would lead to a national resurgence and bring the nation to a higher pitch of effort. A military defeat is not the tombstone of national life. History offers many examples to confirm the truth of that statement. Unfortunately, Germany's military defeat wasn't an undeserved catastrophe, but a well-merited punishment that was in the nature of an eternal retribution. We more than deserved this defeat. It represented the greatest external sign of decay among a series of internal symptoms, which, although they were visible, weren't recognized by the majority of the people, who are like ostriches and see only what they want to see. Let's examine the symptoms that were evident at the time that the German people accepted this defeat. Isn't it true that in several circles, the fatherland's misfortunes were even welcomed with a shameless joy? Who could act in such a way without thereby earning the right to be punished? Weren't there people who even went further and boasted that they had caused the front to waver? And these things weren't done by the enemy, no, but rather our own countrymen. Did they suffer misfortune unjustly? Was there ever a case in history where a people declared itself guilty of a war? And that, even against better judgment and better knowledge? No, and again no. From the way that the German nation reacted to its defeat, we can see that the real cause of our collapse must be sought elsewhere, and not in the purely military loss of a few positions or the failure of an offensive. For if the front had given way, and thus brought about a national disaster, then the German nation would have accepted the defeat in quite another spirit. They would have borne the subsequent misfortune with clenched teeth, or they would have been overwhelmed by grief. Regret and fury would have filled their hearts against an enemy who was given victory by a chance event or by the will of fate. And in that case, the nation, following the example of the Roman Senate, would have greeted the defeated divisions on their return and expressed their thanks for the sacrifices that were made, and would have requested them not to lose faith in the Reich. Even the capitulation would have been signed under the sway of calm reason, while the heart would have beaten in the hope of a coming resurrection. This is the reception that would have been given to a military defeat, due only to the adverse decree of fate. There would have been neither laughing nor dancing. There would have been no boasting of cowardice, nor any honoring of defeat. The returning troops wouldn't have been mocked, and the banner wouldn't have been dragged in the mud. But above all, we would never have had that disgraceful state of affairs in which a British officer, Colonel Reppington, declared with scorn, "Every third German is a traitor." No, this plague would never have become a veritable flood that, for the past 5 years, has drowned every bit of respect for the German nation in the world. This shows only too clearly what a lie it is to say that the loss of the war was the cause of the German collapse. No, the military defeat was itself but the consequence of a whole series of morbid symptoms and their causes that were present in the German nation before the war broke out. The war was the catastrophic consequence, visible to all, of an ethical and moral poisoning, and of a degeneration of the instinct for self-preservation. These were the preliminary causes that, for many years, had been undermining the foundations of the nation and the Reich. It required the entire bottomless falsehood of the Jews and their fighting comrades, the Marxists, to lay blame for the collapse precisely on the man who alone had shown a superhuman will and energy in his effort to prevent the catastrophe that he had foreseen, and to save the nation from that time of humiliation and disgrace. By placing sole blame for the loss of the World War on Ludendorff, they took away the weapon of moral right from the only adversary dangerous enough to be likely to succeed against the betrayers of the fatherland. All this was inspired by the unquestionably true principle that in the big lie there is always a certain degree of credibility, because the broad masses of a nation are always more easily corrupted in the very bottom of their hearts than consciously or voluntarily. And in the primitive simplicity of their minds, they more readily fall victims to the big lie than the small lie, since they themselves often tell small lies in little matters, but would be ashamed to resort to large-scale falsehoods. It would never occur to them to fabricate colossal untruths, and they would not believe that others could have the impudence to distort the truth so infamously. Even though the facts that prove this are clear, they will still doubt and waver, and will continue to think that there must be some other explanation. The grossly impudent lie always leaves traces behind it, even after it has stuck, a fact that is known to all artful liars in this world, and to all who conspire together in the art of lying. These people know only too well how to use falsehood for the basest of purposes. From time immemorial, however, the Jews have known better than any others how to exploit falsehood and calumny. Their very existence is based on one great lie, namely that they are a religious community and not a race. And what a race. One of the greatest thinkers of mankind has branded them for all time with a statement that is profoundly and precisely true. He called them the great master of the lie. Those who don't realize the truth of that statement, or don't wish to believe it, will never be able to lend a hand in this world to help truth prevail. It was a great stroke of fortune for the German nation that its period of lingering sickness was so suddenly ended by a terrible catastrophe. If things had gone on as they were, the nation would have slowly but surely come to ruin. The disease would have become chronic, whereas in the acute form, it at least showed itself clearly to a considerable number of observers. It was no accident that man conquered the Black Plague more easily than tuberculosis. The first appeared in terrifying waves of death that shook the whole of mankind. The other advances insidiously. The first induces terror, the other, gradual indifference. The result is, however, that men oppose the first with all their energy, while they try to control tuberculosis by feeble means. Thus, man has mastered the plague, while tuberculosis masters him. The same applies to diseases in national bodies. As long as these diseases aren't of a catastrophic nature, people will slowly accustom themselves to them and eventually succumb. It is then a stroke of luck, though a bitter one, when fate decides to intervene in this slow process of decay and suddenly brings the victim face to face with the final stage of the disease. More often than not, the result of a catastrophe is that a cure is undertaken immediately and carried through with a firm determination. But even in such a case, the prerequisite is always the recognition of the internal causes that created the disease in question. The important question here is the differentiation of the root causes from the circumstances growing from them. This becomes all the more difficult the longer the toxins remain in the national body, and the longer they are allowed to become an integral part of that body. It may easily happen that as time goes on, unquestionably harmful poisons will be accepted as belonging to the national being, or that they are tolerated as a necessary evil. In this case, it won't even be seen as necessary to locate the alien virus. During the long period of peace prior to the last war, Certain evils were evident here and there, although with one or two exceptions, very little effort was made against the virus. Here again, these exceptions were first and foremost those economic phenomena of the nation that were more apparent to the individual consciousness than the harmful conditions existing in many other spheres. There were many signs of decay that should have been given serious thought. As far as economics were concerned, the following may be said. The amazing increase of the German population before the war brought the question of providing daily bread into a more prominent position in all spheres of political and economic thought and action. Unfortunately, those responsible couldn't decide to arrive at the only correct solution, but preferred to reach their goal by cheaper methods. Renouncing the idea of acquiring fresh territory and substituting for it a mad desire for global economic conquest was bound to eventually lead to unlimited and harmful industrialization. The first and most fatal consequence was a weakening of the agricultural class, whose decline was proportionate to the increase in the proletariat of the urban areas. In the end, the equilibrium was completely upset. The big barrier dividing rich and poor now became apparent. Luxury and poverty lived so close together that the consequences were bound to be deplorable. Poverty and frequent unemployment began to wreak havoc with the people, leaving discontent and embitterment behind them. The result of this was to divide the population into political classes. Discontent increased despite commercial prosperity. Matters finally reached the point at which everyone felt that things can't go on as they are, although no one seemed able to visualize what was really going to happen. These were typical signs of the depths to which the prevailing discontent had reached. Far worse than these, however, were other consequences that became apparent as a result of the economization of the nation. In proportion to the degree that commerce assumed definite control of the state, money became more of a god, to whom all had to serve and bow down. Heavenly gods became more and more old-fashioned, and were stuffed away in the corners to make room for the worship of Mammon. And thus began a period of utter degeneration. This was especially pernicious because it came at a time when the nation was at its critical hour, and more than ever needed an exalted ideal. Germany should have been prepared to protect with the sword her efforts to win her own daily bread through peaceful economic labor. Unfortunately, the domination of money was sanctioned in the very quarter that should have opposed it. His Majesty the Kaiser made a mistake when he raised representatives of the new finance capital to the ranks of nobility. Admittedly, it may be an excuse that even Bismarck failed to realize the looming danger in this respect. In practice, however, all ideal virtues became secondary considerations to those of money. It was clear that having once taken this road, the nobility of the sword would soon rank second to the nobility of finance. Financial operations succeed easier than military ones. Hence, it was no longer inviting for a true hero or even a statesman to be brought into touch with the nearest Jewish banker. Men of real merit weren't interested in cheap decorations and declined them with thanks. But from the standpoint of blood purity, such a development was deeply regrettable. The nobility began to lose more and more of the racial qualities that were a condition of its very existence. In many cases, the term ignobility would have been more appropriate. A serious state of economic decay occurred through the slow elimination of the right of private property and the gradual transference of the whole economic structure into the hands of joint stock corporations. Labor became, for the first time, degraded into an object of speculation at the hands of unscrupulous exploiters. The alienation of property ownership increased on a vast scale. The stock exchange began to triumph, making slow but sure progress in assuming control of the whole national life. Before the war, the internationalization of the German economy had already begun, by way of stock issues. It's true that a section of the German industrialists made a determined effort to avert the danger, but in the end, they gave way before the united attacks of greedy finance capital, which was assisted in this fight by its faithful henchmen in the Marxist movement. The persistent war against German heavy industry was the visible start of the internationalization of German economic life, as envisioned by the Marxists. This, however, couldn't be brought to a successful conclusion until Marxism's victory in the revolution. As I write these words, The general attack on the German state railways has succeeded, which are now being handed over to international finance capital. Thus, international social democracy has once again achieved one of its main objectives. The best evidence of how far this economization of the German nation was able to go can be plainly seen in the fact that when the war was over, one of the leading captains of German industry and commerce stated that commerce as such was the only force that could put Germany on its feet again. This sort of nonsense was uttered just at the time when France was restoring public education on a humanitarian basis, thus doing away with the idea that national life is dependent on commerce rather than ideal values. The statement broadcast by Steiners to the world at that time caused incredible confusion. It was immediately adopted as a leading slogan by all the quacks and big mouths, the statesmen that destiny unleashed on Germany after the revolution. One of the worst symptoms of decadence in Germany before the war was the ever-increasing habit of doing things halfway. This was one of the consequences of the general insecurity of the time, and can be attributed to a certain cowardice resulting from this and other causes. This disease was aggravated by the educational system. German education in pre-war times had an extraordinary number of weaknesses. It was simply and exclusively limited to the production of pure knowledge, and paid little attention to ability. Still less attention was given to the development of individual character, insofar as this is ever possible, and hardly any attention at all was paid to the development of a sense of responsibility and to strengthening the will and the powers of decision. The result was to produce not strong individuals but mere know-it-alls, as we Germans had come to be known before the war. The German was liked because he was useful, but he was little respected due to a weakness of will. It is instructive to note that among all nationalities, the Germans were the first to forgo their citizenship when they moved to a foreign country. The lovely saying, "With hat in hand, one travels throughout the whole land," says it all. This kind of compliance turned out disastrous when it prescribed the exclusive way in which one could approach the monarch. One must never contradict him, and everything that he supports must be praised. It was here that the frank expression of manly dignity and not subservience was most needed. Otherwise the monarchy would someday perish from all this grovelling. And grovelling it was, and nothing else. Only sycophants and grovellers. In short, all those decadents who are happy moving in the higher circles of royalty, rather than honest citizens, consider this the proper form of interaction. These exceedingly humble creatures, however, though they grovel before their master and bread-giver, invariably show the greatest arrogance towards other mortals. This was particularly impudent when they posed as the only people who had the right to be called monarchists. Only these newly ennobled or yet to be ennobled tapeworms could be capable of such gross impertinence. And it has always been just such people who were the gravediggers of the monarchy and the monarchical ideal. Nothing else is conceivable. When a man is prepared to stand up for a cause, come what may, he never grovels before its representative. A man who is serious about the preservation of an institution won't allow himself to be discouraged when the representatives of that institution show certain failings. And he certainly won't shout this to the world, as certain false democratic friends of the monarchy have done. Rather, he will approach His Majesty, the bearer of the crown himself, to warn him of the seriousness of a situation and persuade the monarch to act. But the man, I'm thinking of, will deem it his duty to protect the monarchy against the monarch himself, no matter what personal risk he may run in doing so. If the worth of the monarchical institution is dependent on the monarch himself, then it would be the worst institution imaginable. Only in rare cases are kings found to be models of wisdom and understanding, and integrity of character, as some like to claim. But this fact is unacceptable to the professional sycophants and grovellers, yet all upright men, and they are the most valuable of the nation, reject such nonsense. For such men, history is history and truth is truth, even where monarchs are concerned. No, the good luck to possess a great king who is also a great man is so rare that the people may be thankful if an adverse fate has not allotted the worst to them. It's clear that the worth and significance of the monarchic ideal cannot rest in the person of the monarch alone, unless heaven decrees that the crown should rest on the head of a brilliant hero like Frederick the Great, or a wise one like Wilhelm I. This happens once in several centuries, but hardly more. The ideal of the monarchy takes precedence over the person of the monarch, inasmuch as the meaning of the institution must lie in the institution itself. Thus the monarch himself is but one whose duty it is to serve. He too is but a wheel in this machine, and thus is obliged to do his duty towards it. He has to adapt himself to the fulfillment of higher goals. The monarchist, then, is one who does not let the ruler debase the institution. Rather, he defends it. Otherwise, it would be impossible to depose an insane ruler if everything merely centered around this sacred person. It's vital to insist upon this truth at the present time, because recently certain individuals have appeared again who were largely responsible for the collapse of the monarchy. With a certain amount of native impudence, these persons once again talk about their king, which is to say, the man whom they shamefully deserted a few years ago at a most critical hour. Those who fail to support this chorus of lies are summarily classified as bad Germans. They who make the charge are the same class of quitters who ran away in 1918 and began wearing red badges. They thought that discretion was the better part of valor. They were indifferent about what happened to the Kaiser. They hid themselves as peaceful citizens, but more often than not they vanished altogether. All of a sudden, these champions of royalty were nowhere to be found. Cautiously, one by one, these servants and counsellors of the crown reappeared to resume their lip service to royalty, but only after others had borne the brunt of the anti-royalist attack and rode out the revolutionary storm. And now they are all back again, wistfully remembering the flesh pots of Egypt and almost bursting with devotion for the royal cause. This will continue until the day when red badges are again in the ascendant. Then this whole ramshackle assembly of royal worshippers will scatter again like mice from cats. If monarchs weren't themselves responsible for such things, one could almost sympathize with them. But they must realize that with such champions, thrones can be lost, but certainly never gained. All this civility was a mistake, and was the result of our whole educational system, which in this case brought about a particularly severe retribution. As a result, these pathetic creatures maintained themselves at all the courts and gradually undermined the basis of the monarchy. When it finally began to totter, everyone vanished. Naturally, grovellers and lickspittles are never willing to die for their masters. That monarchs never realize this, and almost on principle never really learn it, has always been their undoing. One of the worst symptoms of decay was a growing cowardice in the face of responsibility, and the resulting weakness in dealing with problems of vital importance. The starting point of this epidemic, however, was in our parliamentary institution, where irresponsibility is particularly cultivated. Unfortunately, the disease slowly spread to all branches of everyday life, especially the sphere of public affairs. Responsibility was being shirked everywhere, and this led to insufficient or half-hearted measures being taken. Personal responsibility for each act was reduced to a minimum. If we consider the attitude of various governments towards a whole series of really pernicious phenomena in public life, we will immediately recognize the fearful significance of this policy of half measures and cowardice in the face of responsibility. I will take only a few examples from the large number of existing cases. In journalistic circles, they like to speak of the press as a great power within the state. As a matter of fact, its importance is immense. One cannot easily overestimate it, for the press continues the work of adult education. Generally, readers can be divided into three groups. First, those who believe everything they read. Second, those who no longer believe anything. Third, those who critically examine what they read and form their judgments accordingly. Numerically, the first group is by far the largest. It consists of the broad masses of the people, and therefore, intellectually, it forms the simplest part of the nation. It cannot be classified according to occupation, but only by grades of intelligence. Under this category fall all those who haven't been born to think for themselves, or who haven't learned to do so, and who, partly through incompetence and partly through ignorance, believe everything they read. This group includes that type of lazy individual who, although capable of thinking for himself, absorbs what others have thought, assuming that they must have put some effort into it. The influence of the press on all these people is therefore enormous. They are, after all, the broad masses of a nation. They aren't willing or able to personally sift through what is being served up to them, and so their whole attitude towards daily problems is almost solely the result of outside influence. All this can be advantageous where public enlightenment is provided by serious lovers of the truth, but is catastrophic when done at the hand of scoundrels and liars. The second group is numerically smaller, being partly composed of those who were formerly in the first group, but after a series of bitter disappointments are now prepared to believe nothing of what they read. They hate all newspapers. Either they don't read them at all, or they become very annoyed at their contents, which they hold to be nothing but lies and falsehoods. These people are difficult to handle. They will always be skeptical of the truth. Consequently, they are useless for any form of positive work. The third group is easily the smallest. It's composed of real intellectuals who have the natural aptitude and education to think for themselves. In all things, they try to form their own judgments, while at the same time carefully sifting through what they read. They won't read any newspaper without using their own intelligence to challenge the writer, and naturally this makes things difficult. Journalists appreciate this type of reader only with a large degree of caution. For members of this third group, the nonsense served up by the newspapers isn't very dangerous or even very important. In the majority of cases, these readers have learned to regard every journalist as fundamentally a rogue who only rarely speaks the truth. Unfortunately, the value of these readers lies in their intelligence and not in their numbers, a misfortune in a period where wisdom counts for nothing and majorities for everything. Nowadays, when the ballots of the masses are the deciding factor, the decision lies in the hands of the numerically strongest group, which is to say the first group, the crowd of simpletons and the credulous. It is an overriding interest of the state and nation to prevent these people from falling into the hands of bad, ignorant, or even vicious-minded teachers. Therefore, it is the duty of the state to supervise their education and prevent every form of mischief. Particular attention should be paid to the press. Its influence on these people is by far the strongest and most penetrating of all, because its effect is not transitory but continual. Its immense significance lies in the uniform and persistent repetition of its teaching. Here, if anywhere, the state should never forget that all means should serve the same end. It must not be led astray by the drivel of so-called freedom of the press, or be talked into neglecting its duty, and withholding from the nation that which is good and which does good. With ruthless determination, the state must keep control of this instrument of popular education and place it at the service of the state and the nation. But what dish did that German press serve up to its readers in pre-war days? Was it not the worst poison imaginable? Wasn't the worst form of pacifism injected into our people at a time when others were preparing, slowly but surely, to pounce upon Germany? Even in peacetime, didn't this self-same press of ours already instill into the public mind a doubt as to the sovereign rights of the state itself, thereby limiting its means of defense? Wasn't it the German press that understood how to make all this nonsense about Western democracy palatable to our people, until an enthusiastic public was eventually prepared to entrust its future to the League of Nations? Wasn't this press responsible for promoting moral decay? Weren't morals and public decency made to look ridiculous and old-fashioned until our people finally became modern? By means of persistent attacks, didn't the press continue to undermine the authority of the state until a single blow sufficed to bring this institution down? Didn't the press oppose with all its might every movement to give the state that which belongs to the state? Didn't it continually criticize the military, thus injuring its reputation, sabotage the draft, demand refusal of military credits, etc., until the result was inevitable? The function of the so-called liberal press was to dig a grave for the German people and the German Reich. We need not mention the lying papers of the Marxist press. For them, lying is as much a vital necessity as the mouse is to a cat. Their sole task is to break the national backbone of the people, thus preparing the nation to become the slaves of international capital and its masters, the Jews. And what did the state do to counteract this mass poisoning of the nation? Nothing, absolutely nothing at all. A few silly decrees, a few fines for criminality, and that was it. By this policy, they hoped to win the favor of this plague by means of flattery, with a recognition of the value of the press, its importance, its educational mission, and similar nonsense. The Jews acknowledged all this with a knowing smile and a sly thanks. The reason for this disgraceful failure on the part of the state lay not so much in its refusal to realize the danger, as in the cowardly way of meeting the situation through half-hearted decisions and measures. No one had the courage to employ any thoroughly radical methods. Everyone piddled around with halfway prescriptions. Thus, instead of striking at its heart, they only irritated the viper. The result was that not only did everything remain the same, but the power of the institutions that should have been combated grew stronger year by year. The government's defense in those days, against a mainly Jewish-controlled press that was slowly corrupting the nation, followed no definite line of action. It was lacking in resolve, and above all, had no fixed goal in view. This is where official understanding of the situation completely failed, in estimating the importance of the struggle, in choosing the means, and in deciding on a definite plan. They merely tinkered with the problem. Occasionally, when bitten, they imprisoned a journalistic viper for a few weeks or months, but the whole snake's nest was allowed to carry on unmolested. It must be admitted that all this was the result of, on the one hand, extraordinarily crafty tactics on the part of Jewry, and on the other, an obviously official stupidity or naivete. The Jew was too clever to allow a simultaneous attack on the whole of his press. No, one section served as cover for the other. In the most despicable manner possible, the Marxist newspapers reviled everything that was sacred, furiously attacking the state and government and inciting certain classes of the community against each other. At the same time, the Jewish bourgeois democratic papers knew how to camouflage themselves as models of objectivity. They studiously avoided harsh language, knowing well that blockheads can only judge external appearances and never penetrate to the real depth and meaning of anything. They measure the worth of something by its exterior and not its content. The press owes its esteem to this human frailty. For these people, the Frankfurter Zeitung was the essence of respectability. It always carefully avoided coarse language. It rejected the use of every form of physical force and persistently appealed to the nobility of fighting with intellectual weapons, an idea that was, curiously enough, most popular with the least intellectual classes. This is one of the results of our half-education, which turns people away from the instinct of nature and pumps them with a certain amount of knowledge without being able to create a complete understanding. To this end, diligence and goodwill are useless. It requires a necessary inborn intelligence. Man must never fall into the insanity of thinking that he was meant to become lord and master of nature, which a half-education has helped to encourage. Man must realize the fundamental necessity of nature's rule and realize that his existence is subject to the law of eternal strife and upward struggle. He will then feel that there cannot be a separate law for mankind in a universe in which planets orbit suns, moons orbit planets, and where the strong are always the masters of the weak, subjecting them to such laws or crushing them. Man must submit to the eternal principles of this supreme wisdom. He may try to understand them, but he can never free himself from their sway. It's for just such intellectual hedonists that the Jew writes his so-called intellectual press. The Frankfurter Zeitung and Berliner Tageblatt are written for them. The tone is adapted to them, and it is on them that such papers have an influence. While studiously avoiding all crude forms of expression, poison is injected from other vials into the hearts of the readers. The effervescent tone and the fine phraseology lull the readers into believing that a love for knowledge and moral principle is the sole driving force of such papers, whereas in reality these features represent a cunning way of disarming any opposition that might be directed against the press. They make such a parade of respectability that the soft-headed readers are all the more ready to believe that the paper's excesses are only of a mild nature and insufficient to warrant legal action being taken against them. Such action, they say, would lead to a violation of press freedom, a euphemism for lying to and poisoning the people. Hence, the authorities are very slow to take any steps against these bandits for fear of immediately alienating the respectable press, a fear that's all too well grounded. The moment any attempt is made to proceed against a member of the gutter press, all the others rush to its assistance, not to support its policy, God forbid, but simply and solely to defend the principle of freedom of the press and of public opinion. This outcry will succeed in cowering even the staunchest critic, because it comes from the mouths of the respectable papers. And so this poison was allowed to enter the national bloodstream and infect public life without the government taking any action to control the disease. The ridiculous half measures that were taken were, in themselves, a proof of a decay that was already threatening to break up the Reich. An institution practically surrenders its existence when it no longer has the resolve to defend itself with all available weapons. Every half measure is the outward expression of an inner process of decay, one that must eventually lead to an external collapse. I believe that our present generation could easily master this danger if they were rightly led. It has gone through certain experiences that surely strengthened the nerves of all those who didn't lose them completely. In days to come, the Jew will surely raise a tremendous cry in his newspapers if a hand is laid on his favorite nest, if a move is made to end this press mischief, and if this tool of education is brought under state control and no longer left in the hands of aliens and enemies of the people. I believe that this will be easier for us than it was for our fathers. A 30 cm shell hisses louder than 1,000 Jewish newspaper vipers, so let them hiss. A further example of the weak and half-hearted way in which vital national problems were dealt with in pre-war Germany is the following. Parallel to the political, ethical, and moral infection of the nation has been for many years an equally virulent process of poisoning the public health. Particularly in large cities, syphilis has steadily increased, and tuberculosis has steadily reaped its harvest of death in almost every part of the country. Although in both cases the effect on the nation was alarming, it seemed as if no one was able to undertake any decisive measures against these scourges. In the case of syphilis especially, the attitude of state and governmental leaders was one of absolute capitulation. To combat it, something far more sweeping was required. The discovery of a questionable remedy and its commercial exploitation were only of little assistance in fighting this plague. Here again, the only correct course is to attack the disease in its causes rather than its symptoms. The cause lies mainly in the prostitution of love. Even if it didn't directly bring about this frightful plague, it would still be deeply harmful to the people. The moral havoc resulting from this degeneracy would be sufficient to bring about the destruction of the nation, slowly but surely. This Judaizing of our spiritual life and mammonizing of our mating instinct will sooner or later ruin our future offspring. The vigorous children of a natural emotional bond will be replaced by miserable specimens of financial expediency. Economic considerations are more and more becoming the basis and sole prerequisite for marriage, and love must then find its outlet somewhere else. Here as elsewhere, one may defy nature for a certain period of time, but sooner or later she will take her revenge. And when we realize this truth, it's often too late. Our own nobility offers an example of the devastating consequences that follow from a persistent refusal to recognize the natural requirements for marriage. Here we have before us the results of those reproductive habits that, on the one hand, are determined by social pressure, and on the other by financial considerations. The one leads to inherited weaknesses, and the other to poisoning of the blood. Just consider how every department store Jewess is viewed as an eligible mate for our royalty, and indeed it shows. All this leads to absolute degeneration. Today our bourgeoisie strive to follow the same path. They will come to the same end. These unpleasant truths are hastily and nonchalantly brushed aside, as if by so doing the truth could be abolished. No, it can't be denied that our urban populations are tending more and more toward a prostituted love life, and are thus becoming more and more contaminated by the scourge of syphilis. It simply is true. The most visible effects of this mass contamination can be seen, on the one hand, in our insane asylums, and on the other, unfortunately, in our children. They are the sad product of this steadily growing contamination of our sexual life. In their sicknesses, the children reveal the vices of their parents. There are many ways of reconciling oneself to this unpleasant and terrible fact. Many people go about seeing nothing at all, or more precisely, not wanting to see anything. This is by far the simplest and easiest opinion. Others cover themselves in the sacred mantle of prudery, as absurd as it is hypocritical. They describe the whole situation as sinful and are profoundly indignant when brought face to face with a victim. They close their eyes in pious horror to this godless scourge and pray to God that he might rain down fire and brimstone on this whole Sodom and Gomorrah, if possible after their deaths. In doing so, God should once again make an instructive example of this shameless humanity. A third group, finally, are well aware of the terrible results that this scourge inevitably brings about, but they merely shrug their shoulders, fully convinced that nothing can be done against this danger. Hence, the only thing to do is let matters take their own course. Undoubtedly, all this is very convenient and simple, but it must not be forgotten that a nation can fall victim to such convenience. The excuse that other nations are also faring poorly doesn't change the fact of our own deterioration, except that feelings of sympathy for others makes our own suffering easier to bear. But the important question then is this: which nation will be the first to take the initiative in mastering this plague, and which nations will succumb to it? This is the crux of the whole situation. Here again we see the touchstone of racial value. The race that cannot withstand the test will simply die out, making room for healthier, tougher, or more resistant races. Because this question primarily concerns future generations, it is one of those cases where, with terrible justification, the sins of the fathers are visited upon their children, unto the 10th generation, a truism, but one that applies only to a desecration of blood and race. The sin against blood and race is the original sin in this world. It brings an end to every nation that commits it. The attitude towards this one vital problem in pre-war Germany was most regrettable. What measures were
parents multiple times and came over. Not every weekend, but like a few times he came over. So, and honestly, I kind of wish I took you on the boat more often. But we haven't really gone this year anyway. Probably in the next couple of weeks we'll probably take out the boat more often. But
That's awesome.
yeah. Yeah, all right, cool. So I guess we have a plan. I don't know if I'm gonna make it from Mass though. That's. I might have to just. What do you think? If I get there by 11, we might just make Saint
Yeah,
Ephrem's.
that's the time church starts. If you don't make it by 11,
You're gonna have to go to church without me.
we could go to the other church that's like, it starts at 12.
Yeah, but we're in a state of grace, so it's not necessary unless we want to meet up with Alex and.
I'm in a state of grace.
That's what I said. We're in a state of grace. That's what I said.
Oh, yeah.
But how come this thing's not recording your video? Is this thing working?
If you don't
Oh, it is. I'm kind of streaming right now.
Oh, nice.
It wasn't working this morning. I was streaming with Christian. Did four losses, and then I just net decked, and then I beat him. So
Wow. Good job.
I played a card that basically is like pay 1 mana, disable his entire deck. It's like, that's bullshit. It's just bullshit.
Yeah, Mikey said, because I showed him the ring, I was like, what do you think?
Oh, yeah. Tell me what Mikey thought. I'm interested.
And he said, is that a wedding ring? And I said, it's engagement. He said, because he's talking about his experience. He's like, yeah, it's not all as cracked up to be with the laughing face. He's like, from my experience in the engagement game. I said, he said, please just tell mom or dad, or don't tell them, because I know I'm not gonna tell them. Like, I don't want to be the one to tell them. I said, I don't have the ring yet, just I was seeing if you like this style. I said, I'd ask mom, but she's very difficult about this subject, lol. He said, start putting a case together like a research project. Try to get ahead of it. I said, yeah. I said, he's a trust fund baby. I said, I think we'll go that route. He said, fair for mom. He said, I suggest substance for dad. I said, dad's a little here.
That's funny.
And then I was like, because I was like talking to Amira at this point, and I'm like, my dad and my mom are totally different. Like, they think totally differently. Like, my dad wants to know that you love me, you know? Like, that's, like, the main thing, that you want this, that, you know, you're a good boyfriend, like, that you're going to be a good husband. Like, you know, my mom is, like, I don't know what she wants.
Yeah.
Like, she didn't mind, like, all the mean boyfriends that I had, you know? Like, she's weird, that's why.
Well, we can't really play it on that. It's, I'm just concerned that she doesn't want what's best for you. That's what weirds me out. I mentioned that to Sonia today. I was like, I don't know, like, I've gotten, pushback from this lady. You know,
she has her own version of what she thinks is good for me. She thinks, like, me being her, you know, daughter forever, not married, is what's best, you know?
I don't know how she got that in her head. That's
it's so backward.
Yeah, totally. Well, I mean, if we at least get your dad on board, I can do the whole, oh, I really love your daughter. It feels kind of like high school, though. I might have to just go, like, you know, Afton loves me, I love her, and I'm looking to take care of her for the rest of her life. Something like that. I think I'll like that.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you know what to do. Yeah, exactly.
And then, it doesn't have to be a long conversation. Just be like, well,
right.
And then, but she's probably gonna tell Linda, or he's gonna tell Linda, and then, so then you're gonna have to deal with that. Sorry. Unless she calls me direct, she can call me directly. I'll just let her vent. Like, that's what it takes. I'll just be like, yes, Mrs. Boggiano, yes, I understand. She'll be like, you're not spick and spank, and you're not good for her. And your boat sucks, so you're no good. Yes.
Yeah, I don't know. My dad, like, he's kept a lot of secrets from my mom regarding his children. Like, when my brother was having a baby, he didn't tell my mom that.
Oh, really? That's, really? That's a pretty big deal.
Well, because my brother didn't want her to know.
Yeah, but that's like... Wow. That's surprising.
Yeah, I know. Because she's crazy.
Yeah, but a baby's a big deal. Like, that's like... Like, even if I knew it was going to be an issue, you have to tell your mom these things. Like, there's no excuse for that. Like, that's like, no, you have to tell. Just like Calla. Remember Cal?
Yeah.
Cal was like, so like, I don't want to tell my parents. I don't think it was you, but we basically like told her, it's like, you gotta tell your parents, like, right now.
I'm sure now her parents, you know, are a big part of the baby's life and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You spoke to Karen today.
Oh yeah. Remember, I took off Friday, and it looks like I'll be fine. Take off. So and Friday and Monday actually.
On Monday?
Yep.
So that's what? Which month? July 27th?
Yeah.
Or
Yep.
August?
No, July 24th and July 27th.
Oh, wow. Oh, for Karen's birthday party.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. Yeah, because her birthday's on the 22nd. She called me. She was crying.
Oh no! Already? It's already over?
Already. Yeah, it's over.
What happened?
Well, it never started.
I was just telling my brother about her and Ian. I was like, Ian is a cool cat.
No,
So
he's not. He had no intention of dating Karen. They were friends. I didn't realize they had never kissed or anything.
really?
He saw the relationship. He would take her camping every weekend. He would buy her groceries. He was doing all the boyfriend things. He was going on dates with her, but just like not, you know. He saw her as a friend.
That sucks.
That's exactly what Ryan was doing with her. That other guy that we saw
Yeah,
at
the one we
table
ghosted at George's wedding. Yes.
I would see it. Like, he would do it in front of me. Like, I saw him flirting with her.
Uh-huh.
Same thing with this guy. It was, like, totally flirting with Karen in front of us. And, like, then, like, they're camping, and, like, I guess she says, like, so what are your intentions? Like, and he's like, and, like, he had just told her he loved her, and he thinks she would be a great mom, and, like, all these things, but meanwhile, he was friend-zoning her.
Damn. That sucks.
So, she was out on Long Island. But it was like while you were with your family.
Oh, so it all went down today?
She went camping with him today. They were complaining about it because, like, there were all these nuns, all these scary people at the campsite. They hated it.
Uh-huh. Yeah, that's pretty funny. So what the heck? Like, are you sure that, like, he just had no intention? I mean, I feel like we're jumping to conclusions. Because maybe, like, that's, like who broke it off? I guess that's the million-dollar question.
There was nothing going on. They had never kissed or anything. He has no intention. He did not. He's like, oh, well, I don't see you like that.
Oh, he said that? Then why would they be hanging out? That's so like a given, like, yeah. Karen's just gotta lose a few pounds. I was not to be mean, but
I know.
not to be mean.
And, like, I almost said that to her, but, like, you know, she's like she was not happy. So, like, of course I wasn't gonna say that, but it's a big issue.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, Ian
if she wants to get out there and start dating, like, she would be an amazing girlfriend to any guy.
100%, yeah. So the fact that, and they were hanging out, so I just don't understand. Like, if you're hanging out with a girl, I just don't understand from his perspective. Like, if a girl is like, if you're going camping with a girl, you're dating. I don't understand how he didn't get the message. But
Bernie said when I said, like, I was talking to Karen, she's upset. She's like, oh, you mean he was, like, just friend zoning her? Like, she knew.
wow.
She's like, yeah, it's guys that age. Like, if they're single, it's because they don't want to be in a relationship. They're, like, just, it's just what he's doing now.
Uh-huh. Well.
So that's unfortunate.
Yeah. Totally unfortunate. That's, I don't know. I don't really have any advice or anything. I'm kind of shocked by how quickly it just fell apart.
But she was sad about her birthday because they were going to go to the spa together. And then she's like, I don't want to go by myself. And I was like, oh, I'll go to the spa with you.
Oh, so you're going to be like, her pillow to cry on.
But honey, like, then she's like, oh my gosh, you're gonna love it. We go all day. She wants to go for like 12 hours. And like, it's
At least it's not during school.
It's in New Jersey. I don't want to go.
Oh, okay. Alright, tell her you still have school.
No, I'll go.
Wait, if you go, that means I have to go.
It's on a Monday. No, it's on a Wednesday.
Oh, alright, never mind. Doesn't she work too? It was not.
She took off for her birthday.
Oh, okay, got it.
So,
I guess you gotta do it. You know, her heart's broken, babe. You got.
I mean, I figured, so bad about going to the spa. Like, it'll be fun. But, like, a whole day at the spa, what am I gonna do at a spa all day? And then I was thinking, because what I was gonna do on Wednesday was gonna be my day to cook and make Karen her birthday cake. And, now I can't, but so I was gonna be alright, well maybe I'll just get there late. Cause she wants to get there 9, 10 o'clock in the morning in New Jersey and take it's oh my gosh.
Wow, that's gonna be an all-day thing, babe.
Hang out there until 9 at night, I'm just not the kind of girl. Don't do those things.
Yeah, that's too much.
I'll be I'll go for a few hours.
Why'd you do that? Just tell her you'll go for a couple hours. I mean, spas are nice.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, I've never really gotten to a good one, but you see those videos online. I think it would be fun. Just tell her you'll do early morning and then for a few hours, and then you'll go home probably at 12. So the entire day is.
Yeah, you think that's okay if I just go for a few hours and then leave
yeah, 100%.
by
100%.
3 but I don't want to leave her on her birthday. Maybe I'll play it by
Convince,
ear.
yeah, play it by ear and convince her to like, I don't know.
Convince her?
Yeah, like you sure you want to do it all day? Like try to convince her. Cause like that is a lot.
Like let's go. We'll go to the spa for a while, and then we'll go to the nice bar, and I'll get you a birthday drink and a nice meal, and then we'll go home. So much better. I don't know. I like going out to eat. Like that's always my favorite thing to do.
Oh my god, I just run. Yeah, totally. Sorry, I just did a snap hook to a matriarch who laid a dead mine, and now he's coming for me. Holy shit, he's mad. He's mad. Yeah, no, do that, baby. I think that's good. Maybe. Do you think it's over? You think like no way, like Ian and whatever, like that's it?
It never started, honey.
Yeah.
I don't think, I'm not saying that there's no way eventually he can come to his senses and realize that he has feelings for her, but you know, right now, that's not what we're doing, no.
There's a rocketeer. Well, I hope that we see Ian again. I like the guy. I think he's very chill.
Yeah, I know.
I think they're good for each other. Yeah. And it was kind of early too. Like it's just, I feel like they didn't even give it a chance to like let it bloom. Totally. They had chemistry, like.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh my god! Just took a rocket to the face. And sometimes, like especially like our new couple, they may just need space. So maybe I'll be hopeful. I'll just be the eternal optimist. You know, because Karen's you know, I think all our friends deserve to get married. You know, it's like what everybody should be striving to do. But, you know. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not the one with words. It surprises me. Do you think they're gonna hang out, or that's it? It's done and...
She wants to, like, leave him, like, you know, because she's like, you know, let him see what it's like to be alone, if that's what he wants. Like, he's always hanging out with me, acting like I'm a girlfriend, and then he doesn't want a girlfriend.
Rocketeer, jeez. Oh my god.
I'm being super keto.
It definitely wasn't keto today. I had apple pie, donuts,
Yeah, for meat and eggs for the past week.
Yeah.
Which is nice. I like it.
Yeah, eggs are nice.
Meat and eggs.
I mean, I'm sure that meal that we got. Oh my god! How does he know I'm here? That meal we got at Luliano's. Like, that was a good meal. Chicken parm with the.
Yeah, I didn't eat any of that pasta though.
Really? I'll eat it tomorrow.
I did eat all the chicken.
Uh-huh. That's good. Yeah, glad to eat the chicken. Because that's the healthy. Another dead man? Good job, guys.
Poor Karen.
Matriarch.
I got a key if anybody wants to use the hatch over there.
Hang on, babe. I'm just doing some looting right now.
Nice.
Killing the boss. There weren't that many of us, too. We really had... Oh, the matriarch. Jeez. These people don't know how to loot. Alright, I think we're... Let's get the fuck out.
So hot in this kitchen.
It's pretty hot in this room too, but it's only because I have the air conditioner off. Remember when you told me that you have sleepless nights? I think I know how you feel now.
Yeah,
didn't
well,
feel
when
good.
it happens to you, like, all the time, like, happens to me, like, it happened to me, yeah, well, now that I take that, I found, like, the best thing that I take that It's so much better.
Mm-hmm.
So that's good.
What about the sleeping pills?
It is very good to be able to sleep at night. It's like an amazing thing.
Yeah, I don't envy, like, if that's how you feel every night, I don't envy you at all. That was not fun.
Gosh. Yeah. But hopefully you'll be better tonight.
Oh, I'll be much better tonight. I already feel that the worst of it is already passed. Mostly, so. Whatever I had, it's passed. So, good. So our girl Karen is single again.
She was single the whole time.
Yeah.
That guy was never a boyfriend.
Is that what she thinks too? She says that too? Like, I don't think...
He was never a boyfriend. You know... She invited him to the wedding, you know, and I said to her, like, no more inviting guys to weddings unless, you know, it's like, you know, like we don't invite our crush to a wedding. Like, you invite, like, someone you're serious about and you know you're serious about, you know?
Uh-huh.
I mean, it's fine. We all had fun. Like, I mean... But, you know, it just makes it harder when you, like, you know, if it doesn't work out.
Right.
Now she's crushed.
Yeah, well, I mean, she'd be crushed regardless, but, you gotta make it clear from the beginning that she's that she's interested in dating.
I said that to her, like, back when she first mentioned this guy. They all came over when all the girls came over that random day when I, like, went to the library. And he took me to the library and then went home. And then when I got back, all the girls were here. And she's like, yeah, I'm kind of seeing someone. I'm like, okay. And I was like, is he being intentional? You know, does he know? Like, she's like, well, probably not.
That's a mistake. You gotta make it super duper clear that you're interested in dating. Nothing, you know.
It took you, like, a little while, you know?
Mm-hmm. That's why it's important. You gotta lay it out. Like, hey, I'm interested in you. You know, you gotta, you know, I'm really interested in you.
But for a girl, like, we're not really supposed to do that. It's not up to us. It's up to the guy. All we can do is kind of hint.
Uh-huh.
But, like, you know, he was definitely leading her on. Like,
yeah, like,
you know.
like that's the thing though. Like, I mean, doesn't he get the message that, like, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, if you're spending all this time with a girl, like, what do you think is gonna happen? I mean,
Right.
I don't know what he was thinking.
Oh, he really wasn't thinking. He said, oh, no. He's like, I have no interest in you romantically. She's like, so then how do you see me? She's like a sister? He's like, no, but I love you. She's like, you love me like how? Like a sister? He's like, no, not like a sister. Then, like, she's like, so, like, a buddy? He's like, he like couldn't answer.
I think we should have given him another chance. I think he was just...
It's not up to us. He needs to come to reality, to terms with the fact that
Yeah, but
he loves our friend
if he's like just
Karen.
hesitating, I think there's a chance. Like maybe he just doesn't know how to respond.
He's not an idiot.
Yeah, but like he doesn't know. Like maybe he thought like if he's not just. I thought like he was like outright just say like no, I'm not interested in you. But it's more like
he said I'm not interested in you romantically.
Oh, he did say that.
I have no romantic feelings. That's what he said.
He said that verbatim. You're not lying to me.
Yeah.
All right. Well, not much you can do with that then. That's game over. I don't have enough. I'm just doing some video game things right now.
What?
So I'm just doing some video games.
You're just playing video games right now. Yeah, I figure. I know. I know what goes on. I hope this is good meat. Just making food.
Oh, okay, cool. Let me know how that works. Out.
I don't really go fancy for me like I do for you. I just throw things on the...
Yeah. I'm telling you, like, I was making dinner a few times this week, and I really, like, I'm so bare minimum. Like, I'm just, like, mac and cheese, spaghetti.
I have no ingredients anymore. I still have some onion and garlic, but that's it. I have nothing to put with the onion and the garlic.
Oh, you have nothing?
No, I had some ground beef in the freezer.
Mm-hmm. Ground beef.
Chili pepper. Interesting. I don't know what to put on this.
I was arguing with Paul over stocks. He doesn't get it. Like, I'm like a pioneer. I'm like, if I think there's like an opportunity in something, I'm just gonna go for it. And the problem with that is I can't explain exactly why I think it's gonna go the way. You know, because he you know he's just like, well, what's the he's throwing some term at me. What's the I don't know, like EBITDA. I'm like, what is that? She's like throwing these terms at me. I'm like, I don't know. I'm just like, I see a pattern and I want to capitalize because I want to get rich quick. I mean, well, it's like the same. It was the same thing with Bitcoin. Do you think like putting money in Bitcoin back when it was $200 was like you'd have to have a certain type of personality to even be able to do that, and then hold it for as long as it took. Hold it for 12 years or whatever the fuck. So I mean, I don't know. I don't know like what's not to get. I'm just like, he's like, well, you're still down 10,000 or whatever, which is true, but that's mostly because Tesla is just being volatile again. I honestly should be just selling Tesla when it's like low or high, and then just buying it back. Because this is the third time this year it's done that. But, you know.
This looks like white meat. Maybe this is white meat. Maybe this is chicken. What is this?
I don't know.
I have no idea what I'm making. Maybe I'll put some curry in it.
Is that something we bought?
Yeah. Do we ever buy ground chicken?
I don't know. I don't remember. I mean, we had that, but where else would it come from?
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. It will forever be a mystery.
Yeah, because it didn't look like beef. That's why I was like, is this thing bad? But I don't think it's bad. I think it's just not beef.
Probably chicken then.
Yeah. I'm just adding some spices. I don't know what to do with it. I should throw this garlic on it.
Oh, what the fuck? Fucking
I don't know.
Rocketeer.
We'll see. This will be some interesting test.
Okay. Alright, let me know how it goes.
I mean, like, I couldn't really possibly study more than I'm studying, but, like, you know, I could be retaining things a little better. That's the one thing.
Oh, remember what I said. You gotta take notes of, like, just keep writing things down and take flashcards.
Yeah, but when I write it down, like, I have to also absorb what I'm writing. When I write it down and then I ask them to test me on it and I don't get anything right, that's, like, bad.
Right.
And then I'll just put this on. I have a tomato.
I has a tomato.
And then we'll just call it a day.
Okie doke. Why is this rocket
Such
ship?
a weird day. Did it rain and pour over there?
Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, it was raining all day. Kidding me?
So cool.
Yeah, I kind of liked it. I like the rain.
I loved it. It was so fun.
Yeah. I'm sure it helps you study. Right?
Yeah.
Hearing the sound of it, like, it's like, I could be...
Perfect study day.
Imagine if I actually forced you to, like, go to, like, a fucking... Imagine how much of a bad mood you'd be in. Like,
If you forced me what?
oh, to go to, like, the Philip Joseph's jewelry place. Because, first of all,
Well,
I think I have a good idea of what you want, so I don't think I need you. And
Yeah.
it would have been an all day thing.
oh. Yeah.
Plus, then I wouldn't have been able to be here with my family.
Right. Yeah, I mean, you sent her the picture. I mean, that's
Yeah.
like the style.
Yeah, and it's just a matter of just getting it designed that way. And even on the I Hate Stevens Singer website, there's a whole bunch of different designs that you can tell them that you want.
They did say that, food for thought, if you put yellow gold around the white gold around the clasp, it makes, like, the diamond look bigger and shinier.
Yeah, but doesn't that not match with your love bracelet?
No, just on, like, the clasp where it's clasping the diamond.
Oh,
like,
you
literally
mean just on the diamond?
just right there.
Okay. Okay, yeah, I gotcha.
I don't know. You can ask their opinion. Like, that's another part of the story that I'm putting together for you, that you picked out a ring that matches the bracelet that I wear that my mom picked out. My love bracelet.
Yeah. Yeah. That's totally something that only I made the call for, not you. Totally. Hey, and if it matches, hey, I'm still worried about.
Sure that it would match the ring that my mom, the bracelet that my mom picked out.
Right. Yeah, there you go. I'm gonna do the Sonya approach and be like, alright, this is the ring I want. I want the thingamabob in here, and here.
What did I make with this? I wonder.
Come on, guys, there's nowhere else to go. What's expecting that?
Somebody's got me a medic. Go.
Expedition in a couple of days. Might as well use all my wolf packs.
Hell yeah, brother.
I used to do all around. I used to like 15. I've been trying to use 3 every round.
Come back in, boys. I'm bringing some course.
Come back in, boys, and bring some cores. That's what that guy said.
Nice. So who told you you have to get my dad's blessing?
Oh, Sonia and Greg. Which is interesting because they're not Catholic per se.
Right.
But that's a traditional thing that to get the blessing of the father. It's not even of the mother, it's really just the father.
Right.
So that was their suggestion. And it's a nice suggestion, you know.
Mm-hmm.
It's definitely something I should be thinking about for sure.
Jonathan did.
Yeah, he had to though. I'm sure Mr. Kennedy had a long talk with Jonathan.
You think?
Oh yeah. See, I think they're more worried about his money situation than your parents are with me, or would be with me.
Uh-huh.
So I'm sure they had a big long talk.
Well, you can mention if it comes up. Well, this is actually the case I'm putting together. That you like not just that you have a job, but that you have stocks and stuff like that.
Right. Which you could mention. I mean, that's fine. It's true.
And a trust fund.
Oh, we don't want to lie. Like that's. I mean, but technically, I do have like things I'm trying to like do with my stonks, which probably shouldn't be, but I don't care. I'm now it's personal. Like I'm gonna get this $100,000 hit. I'm just be like, see, I told you I was right.
No, honey. That's exactly what I said. Don't do. This is not personal.
It is personal because
No,
I'm
it's
right.
not.
I'm right, and this thing is. I don't know when it's gonna do it, but it's gonna do it at some point.
Once you make it personal, it's a disaster. You can't get emotional about this stuff. I'm gonna ban you and your brother from talking about stocks because it makes you like this. Like there's no reason. There's nothing personal about it. It's a bunch of numbers.
Well, it's money is involved, and from him.
Yeah, it's money, but it's not a personal thing. There's no way.
Well, it's like gambling per se, but
Yeah, it's gambling. So please.
but it's gambling that they have to follow rules when they put out these numbers. So if they're not following, like these things, like it's based on, like the price of anything is based on its performance. It's based on a lot of things, but it has to be based in reality. So if something is so skewed that it's like This thing should be trading for $10 a share, yet it's trading for $1.71. Like, that should just be like an opportunity right there. And you know, like, maybe I should just buy the stocks rather than try to time it with the options. But I feel like it's, I don't know how long they can just keep this down, you know? I feel like it should have already popped up already. And the fact
Did you
that
ask ChatGPT about it?
no, it's just not helpful. It's just basically like, this is a very volatile and risky stock, and only put any money in that you would be okay with losing. Just like the typical platitudes.
Well, I mean, definitely take that into consideration.
Yeah, but ChatGPT, they're not going to give me any insider information. In fact, I'd have to pull it out of them. I'd have to be like, well, you know, the CEO of the company just, what, bought $800,000 worth? Or well, how much was it? It was like, yeah, it's like literally $800,000 worth of shares. And then ChatGPT, it's actually more. It's actually $1 million. And then ChatGPT will be like, well, oh, that is strange that a CEO would spend $1 million on this stock. Perhaps that means maybe he's onto something. But I don't know. I feel like ChatGPT, like, just kind of agrees with you. Like, it's just like, oh, well, now with this new bit of information, I think I'm going to agree with you.
Well, of course it does. It's designed to get you to keep coming back for more. So yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if it's actually gonna help me. Like, can you guys like any like insider information? Oh, nice. Holy shit. I knew that was gonna happen. I just suicided myself. Too good.
I guess that means Greg asked for her blessing.
What was that?
Her dad's blessing. I guess that means Greg asked his wife's dad for his blessing.
Oh yeah, totally. Yeah, no, I think you're right. Yeah, it makes sense to me.
Yeah, that was like a really weird meal.
Yeah? That was a good meal. You already ate? That was quick.
Yeah, because I want to get back to my
Oh, you gotta get back to your studying?
No, but I have to do my dishes now.
Oh, that's weird. Apparently I had 2 Instagram profiles. I wonder how I knew that.
That is weird. Rooftop soiree fundraiser for this lady from your brother.
Oh yeah, he was talking about her. He was like, Tom, I think I should be resigning. So apparently, this girl, unlike Alina, is unable to raise fundraiser. So Paul was like, "There's nothing I can really do. I mean, there's literally no funds. Like she doesn't know, she's not business savvy enough or something." I was like, "Oh, well, that sounds awful."
Is she not Jewish?
No, I mean, I looked her background. She used to work for the Israeli bank. So
Oh.
she has to be, right? I mean, it's...
I don't know.
I don't know. Well, the point is, like, Paul's like, I should be quitting. I'm like, you shouldn't even be, like, you're wasting your time. Like, it's one thing if you're established, but you don't even have a wife, man.
I'll tell Paul, go if you start talking to Tom about stuff. Because you're triggering my boyfriend.
Are you really typing that? They're funny.
I found a way to cheat on one of my tests.
Yeah, how's that?
It's a test on the computer. So it's very easy to cheat.
Oh. Kind of like you just pull up the answers.
Yeah, just copy and paste it into ChatGPT.
Nice. I love when a plan comes together.
When you get here tomorrow,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, what's up?
I have to figure out how to send a file to my teacher in my email. It's a student email, so, and it's There's like 5 different apps, and like it's just so annoying. I need your help.
Okay. Well.
It's
Guess I'm good for something.
Google Docs. I can save it to a PDF, but I can't send it on the email.
Weird.
I didn't own something.
Oh, I destroyed
Alright,
an
that
arc.
was quicker than I thought it would be.
I literally just shot it with my fucking handgun.
Okay, honey, I'll let you go because I'm gonna study.
Alright, you do that. I will see you tomorrow.
Okay, see you tomorrow.
Love you, babe. Okay.
Okay.
Alright, bye-bye.
I just dropped the bud spray over there. Where? probably be able to spawn at least 2 more before the map ends. Or not.
Hello.
Hey, dude.
Hello.
Dude.
Hello.
Hey.
Can you
Do
hear
you
me?
by chance have your volume turned up really high?
Maybe. Can you hear me?
Because when I was around you, I'm hearing an echo, and I heard you get some loot and stuff, so just make sure you don't make yourself a target.
Thanks.
Echo. It's nothing. Two guys over here. Here's your supply drop over there, too.
Thanks.
All raiders, we have ARC on screen. 5 minutes left. Go find a way home. I repeat, 5 minutes.
are at least equal to those of other races. They completely lack the most essential prerequisite of a cultured people, the idealistic spirit. Other organisms in this world.
your backs, raiders. A matriarch has been spotted near your location. Keep your wits about you if you decide to go anywhere near. And always keep a close eye on her children. orbiter is en route. The safe window is closing. You have 10 minutes to return to Speranza. I repeat, 10 minutes. got word of a patrolling queen nearby. That means a harvester is there. Be careful and make sure you're well equipped and brought back up if you do try to take it on.
Bro, there is a big echo in your mic. I can't hear it myself. We should fix it. GG's.